live to air yet, but certainly we are on, so there you go. Yeah, they've been called out if you've seen early, so there'll be comments already. Righto, councillors, our live stream is just about to be on air now, so as I said, welcome to everyone. Welcome to all our officers and staff today. Certainly anyone that's in the gallery, welcome along as well. Now, everyone is present. Councillor Bell is just doing a teleconference and he'll join us shortly, so we have no apologies. Now, leave of absence is required coming up. Councillor Wall.
Ask for leave of absence for the next general council meeting, which is the 23rd.
3rd of
July.
I'll move and second that and we'll get that live. Someone can move by Councillor Daniels, second by Councillor Nixon. So Councillor Rolfe is needing a leave of absence for our general council meeting on the 25th of July, 23rd of July rather. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Leave of absence this morning.
And I'll be the 13th of August.
Councillor Cycle is requiring a leave of absence for the general council meeting on the 30th of August and has already achieved leave of absence from the standing committees this morning. So someone had to move that. Moved by Councillor Nixon, second by Councillor Daniels. All in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors. All right. Cool. Councillors, you can be forgiven for thinking Pastor Steve Jensen loves the place because having only been here in February, he has now come off the bench for Pastor Tony Harold, who is actually, I think, enjoying some school holidays with his children. So Pastor Steve from St John's Lutheran Church in Emerald has come along today as representative of the churches together to lead us in prayer before our meeting today. So I'll pass over to you, Pastor Steve.
I begin in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Friends, it was in mid-May, earlier this year, when I was travelling out west of Arcaldon to visit some of my more distant and more geographically remote parishioners, that something happened. As I was travelling, I suddenly became aware of an impression that I had that something was different. Now, I may, perhaps my memory was failing, which it does sometimes, but I definitely had this feeling that there was a difference in the skyline near Jericho, and that the number of high-rise structures on the side of the road had greatly increased and had gone even higher. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the termite mounds. Now, I don't know if they'd actually increased in number. I don't know if they got higher, but suddenly for me, they were far more conspicuous and far more obvious. And I must admit, I just had to sit there for a while and just enjoy that section of road where I marveled at what those small little creatures, part of God's creation, could do. There's a little poem I love. It starts with the first line, "I'd rather see a sermon than hear one any day." Yes, that puts me out of business, but I reckon I saw a sermon that day, because as I drove past those termite mounds, the verse that just popped into my head straight away was 1 Thessalonians 5 verse 11. "Encourage each other and build each other up, just as you were already doing." The Greek word there for encourage is really interesting. It means to call someone to your side and to journey with them. And the word that's used there for building up is also extremely interesting. It's based on two smaller words, house and build. So again, the idea of building up. Sometimes in English we translate the word as edify, but we don't use that word in English much anymore, edify. The word edify is actually based on a fireplace. It comes back to the fact that at night, years ago, people would meet around the fireplace. There they would encourage and support each other, and there they would celebrate their common community. So when you look at those words, encourage and build up in that verse, they're really saying the same thing. We are to, for the good of others, encourage and build them up. And we do that by bringing people together. You know, as a pastor and as a council, our jobs are pretty similar. We're both really in similar business. We're both working, striving to bring people together and to bring the best out of them and the best out of the community. And I want to just focus on the last portion of 1 Thessalonians 5:11. Encourage each other and build each other up, just as you're already doing. Notice the 6 last words, just as you were already doing. Paul wasn't saying to his church in Thessalonica that they had to do something new. He was only asking them to persist and to keep on doing what they were doing. Likewise, this afternoon, I'm simply asking you to continue. Continue doing what you're doing. Continue to be constructive. Continue to strive for the unity and continue to engage and build up the wonderful community in which we're living and in which we have the marvellous privilege to serve. If ants can achieve so much on the side of the road, imagine what we can do when we all work together here in the Emerald community and further beyond. Let's pray. Gracious God, Heavenly Father, please continue to bless the Central Highlands Regional Council in all their duties, and especially today as they meet together for their meeting. Please bless their meeting and guide and direct them in the decisions which they make. Continue to use them to encourage, to build up, to unite, and to draw out the best in the community in which we live. Help us, one and all, to always be constructive and to enhance the people and region in which we live. I ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pastor Steve. That's created great visions in everyone's minds now about the side of the road at Jericho, so that's not a bad thing.
I did not take a photo. As soon as I got back to Emerald, I said I should have taken a photo, but I thought I didn't have my camera. I had the phone in my pocket, and that shows what generation I'm from. I could have taken it.
The old saying is, in my mind's eye, so it's a greater vision. So there you go.
Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you. All right, councillors, back to our agenda, and certainly being refreshed yesterday by certainly those that attended the cultural awareness meeting we had, and Councillor Daniels referred to this morning in her communities chair role. Mundanara Bales talked to us yesterday about certainly this country, so we acknowledge certainly the traditional owners of the land on which we're walking today, and we acknowledge and we pay our respects to their elders past and present, and to all those people that she talked to yesterday, the Gungaloo people that she came from, and the Kairi people and the Rangan people that obviously have claims they were all out there. So to all those mobs we've gone to before we started the meeting today. Councillors, to get back into our agenda, the confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting, there's a couple there. There's obviously special time of the year in June, the general council meeting on the 25th of June. I might deal with these separately if that's all right, councillors. So that's on page 4, run through to page, I think page about 53. If someone was present, like to move that. Moved by Councillor Brimwell, seconded. Councillor Godwin Smith. So they've been moved and seconded, councillors. There's quite a bit in here, I suppose. It's a large lot of minutes. If you've had a chance to read those, anything else that's caught anyone's eye there that we might need to look at, or it's all good? You happy with that? That included the operational plan and a few other things here in that agenda. You weren't happy with that?
I've been listed as present, sorry.
Sorry, you were listed as present?
Yeah, in the council's present.
Okay, let's just go to that then, please. So that's on page.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Page 3.
Yeah, on page 3 of that agenda, and certainly page 7 of your papers today,
Oh, yes.
it has got Councillor Daniels there as being present. So further down, you can see there's a resolution there in the apologies of Councillor Daniels that gave leave of absence. So we just note that change, please, councillors. They are important. They are important. So it's been moved and seconded. Someone happy to? All in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors. All right, now the minutes of the special budget meeting, so they kick off from there on page 53 of your papers today. And they're quite substantive, clearly. It's got all those codes, runs right through to page 340 million. What is it, page 318? Yeah, was it? Then we need to try and do this as a resolution.
Oh, I think we've
You dealt with that? Yeah, okay. So councillor, someone that's present at that special budget meeting like to move those, please. Moved by councillor Syker, seconded councillor Rolfe. With the greatest respect, if you have found something in there that wasn't quite right, please let us know, but they are very comprehensive. Nothing, no changes? Your attendance is right. Councillor Daniel was present for that, and later on day in that meeting. Right, councillor, it's been moved and seconded, all in favour? Yes, thank you, councillor. Right, business arising out of those minutes, God bless you, Martin. Nothing in there, Mr. CEO, business arising.
I'm happy to take any questions, myself, Mr Mayor, or the LT members. I'm happy to answer any questions councillors may have.
No questions, councillors? All right, let's move along to the review of our outstanding meeting actions. If any of our general managers, permanent or acting, would like to cover any of those, or councillors? Any updates? Bearing in mind some of these activities, obviously we've seen a little bit perhaps on the SMSC committees today as well. Anything in there, councillors? Not seem to be reasonably up to date. All right. Councillors, review of upcoming agenda items. We had a little bit of discussion about that strategy, and obviously there is an updated list there. And same goes, anyone who'd like to add something to that, obviously use the same process to get those on the agenda. Nothing else there to add? Right, councillors, that's right. Now, councillors, for personal interest, conflicts of interest, personal gifts and benefits. Councillor Douglas-Smith.
Mayor Hayes, I have advised my husband, I have a declaration of conflict of interest in relation to closed session 17.1, the rates concession for Central Highlands Healthcare Assessment number 29316. I have a conflict in as defined in section 175D of the Local Government Act 2009, and as a result I will be not participating in the discussion or any decision in relation to that agenda item, and will be leaving the room.
Councillor Douglas-Smith.
Can advise, Mr Mayor, Councillor Bell, prior to the meeting, has indicated he'd take a similar course of action, but he can't do that until he's actually here in the meeting.
Well, when he's present, we can take that from him. So, right. Any other councillors? All right, very good. Well, when obviously that agenda item, that under this agenda is actually towards the end of this meeting, so there'll be time for Councillor Bell to join us.
Mr Mayor, I did forget to mention that the reason that I would leave is because I'm a board member of Central Highlands Healthcare.
So for everyone, obviously Councillor Douglas-Smith is a board member of the Central Highlands Healthcare Movement. He has to declare that under section 175D. All right. No other conflicts of interest, MPIs or other personal gifts or benefits? All right, no petitions tabled, Mr. Senator.
That I'm aware of, Mr. Mayor, we might just check with the executive assistant. No, there's none.
No, no. She was,
I've been on leave, so.
yes, no, you're right.
Any comments?
You look just a little tiny bit yes minister there from those, isn't it? Right, decision action report, certainly starting with our community section, the gentleman in the Fletcher is down the end of the table there. This is a lot of work here and some of these agenda items. Obviously, this one is a large one related to the planning scheme amendment 8 for flood hazards, item 12.1.1. Kirsten Bird is here. I'll let the general manager do the introduction. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, councillors, you should be aware of the similar ones coming through before. So this is our fourth one for the amendments of the planning scheme coming through. This one in particular for the flood hazard area. So at the general meeting on the 4th of March 2017, council adopted further for the TLPI. That is due to expire on the March 30th, 2020. So hopefully our process will resolve all of that. Kirsten can talk you through what our recommendations are here and how the process has been resolved.
Thank you, Daniel. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So, as mentioned, this one's to formalise the temporary local planning instrument, or TLPI, for flood hazards, so operational works in a flood area. We have taken extensive work through our consultants, KBR, to do a hydraulic modelling framework so that we have the grounds to necessitate the amendment and factor that into the scheme. So the recommendation there is that Central Highlands Regional Council resolves to prepare a major amendment to the Central Highlands Regional Council Planning Scheme in accordance with Section 20 of the Planning Act and subsection 16.2 of the Minister Guidelines and Rules, and authorise the Chief Executive Officer to do all matters specified in Chapter 2, Part 4 of the Statutory Guidelines, Minister Guidelines and Rules, for making a major amendment. So at the next strategy and planning meeting, our consultants will be coming in to provide an update to council, just to give an overview of the flood modelling that's taken place to date, and also what the scheme amendment will look like with the flood modelling built into it and the risks that we want to accept and what our appetite is there. So we don't have any other option but to progress this amendment. So under the Planning Act, temporary local planning instruments are given a lifespan of 2 years. So this one is set to expire in March 2020. So we do need to make sure we've got the scheme off to the state so that we can go through the motions to do public consultation and have it adopted prior to that date. So because you might ask the question, why are we doing all these amendments side by side? A number of these amendments have timelines that we've got to meet in terms of the TLPI with renewables and flooding. So we don't want to mix them up into the one amendment because that might get stalled at various processes. So having specific amendments does make it go easier through the state, and it also helps with consultation as well too, because there's only a target group of people that will be affected by this. So importantly, we do have budget to prepare and progress this amendment. Some budget was identified in the budget review 3 process as carryover for this, so it's certainly an item that we will be seeking any money to progress. Further on. Does anyone have any questions?
Councillors, questions? Councillor
Just one thing, that TPI was back in January 18. Has there been any further updates of any flooding information? Like I know that out the back there they're looking at this the whole time. I was just wondering, have you changed it at all, or was there any need to change anything?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so we did have to engage KBR to do extensive remodelling of the area, just in terms to bring it up to new standards that they have in hydraulic technology. So there may be some changes, there will be some changes, so it will update some areas of the region. So
that actually was a question I was going to ask you. I mean, in terms of obviously this council has done a significant amount of flood modelling, albeit for different purposes, some with velocity and obviously mitigation. In terms of a planning scheme, given that some of this mapping will then be attached to the scheme, what's the currency of the mapping, I guess you'd say? Does it, because I would, you correct me if I'm wrong, you would anticipate that an applicant then who has will be conditioned or could potentially be conditioned upon a piece of land they currently own. I think about a current application where there is now a requirement, an engineering requirement to to build up certain areas within where the flood overlay will cover. And then obviously there'll be a requirement for an outflux study to be done against those works, I think.
Yes.
So I guess what is the nature of that sort of mapping? Is it going to be fairly standard, or does it need to be reviewed regularly as those, I guess you'd say, each application comes in and is then assessed for its outflux?
No, so great question there. So the flood modelling will be current and it will exist until we do another flood modelling study to update the data. If there are, I guess, new mapping projects that can provide greater certainty in the flooding. So say, for instance, we adopted the amendment tomorrow with the new flood modelling. If an applicant did want to challenge that, they have every right to by engaging their own hydraulic engineer. We can give them part of the model so that they can run tests on it to say, hey, in 2 years, your modelling is 2 years old, say if this was fast forward 2 years, and they can challenge that and provide evidence to refute what's in the planning scheme, then we can consider them on a case-by-case basis. So it will still stay current until we do further modelling. So
it's just you would be aware, and this is just a comment, that there will be existing vacant land that has been owned or has purchased prior to certainly the 2008 or the 2010-11 flood events, where obviously to develop those sites there will be a significantly additional cost that there would have been. So we are encouraging through different other mechanisms people to build and to expand, and there's some incentives. It might be that we may have to look at, I guess you'd say, some of the applications that come in that will be impacted by this.
most definitely, and some of those properties, those vacant land, they might be in the extreme flood hazard overlay already, so they would have restrictions on where or what they can develop on their property. With the new model that we're going towards, it's looking at a rating from a 1 to 6, it's H1 to H6, so that's based on data and appeals that have been tried and tested in the Planning and Environment Board as well too, to essentially say, well, council's appetite for risk is that there's no residential development in H3 to 6 perhaps. So if you're in H1 or 2, you might have to just obviously make sure you're building above the defined flood event and the defined flood level, and then go from there. But where you might be in a H5 category, you simply can't do residential development there. So there will be an issue in terms of blocks potentially getting sterilised through this new mapping and the new levels that we do have. And subsequently, there are compensatory provisions that might apply. So we will discuss that in detail in the strategy session in 2 weeks' time.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. First of all, the recommendation is there that the council resolves to prepare a major amendment and to authorise the CEO to do all matters specified in Chapter 2, Part 4 of the Stat Guideline, the Minister's Guidelines and Rules for making a major amendment. Someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Brooks, second Councillor Godwin-Smith. Been moved and seconded. Councillors, all in favour? Against? Thank you. Thank you, Kirsty. All right, councillors, 12.1.2 is in relation to the Gradient Inland Way Promotions Group and the need for an endorsement of the council representative to that group. I'll let General Manager Daniel lead us into that one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, councillors, I was asked to prepare a report which, as the Mayor indicated, the Great Inland Way Promotions Group, there's not, as far as I'm aware, a formalised process where they are or looking to renew, but the opportunity has presented itself for both CHRC to act as the host council into the future and for the council or to be nominated as the chair for that particular group. So the report outlines what the Great Inland Way Promotions Group is. I think everybody's well aware of what it is. So the opportunity exists for a councillor and for our council to host and to be a part of chairing that group. So that's in essence what the report is before you. I encourage Councillor Nixon or other councillors who are aware of the group to.
Right, so in terms of background there, I think Daniel provided some outback there in relation to the current chairman, Councillor Footy Chairman from down at Maranoa. It obviously is a significant part of the tourism portfolio. It's a reference there to the discussion of the tourism advisory panel. So this is actually for a nomination. So the indications are, and it's sort of more of a protocol approach to this rather than is that we would nominate a councillor to be nominated and obviously let that process take place. So councillors' nominations, I guess.
I would not like to nominate Nixon.
All right, so councillor Nixon's been nominated.
Seconded.
Seconded by councillor Roth. Any other councillors?
Councillor Nixon accept the nomination.
Yeah,
Please check in.
Councillor Goldsmith, don't fall on that trap about asking them this.
Don't worry about that.
I've been involved in the Graham and Way since inception from the Behaviour Shire, so, yeah, I've been there a long time, we'll be, I'm pleased to be in that position. Thank you.
So, councillor Nixon, you accept that nomination?
Yep.
Thank you. Any other councillors? All good? All right, well, it's been moved and seconded, we nominated, moved by councillor Cypress, seconded by councillor Roth, that councillor Gal Nixon be our nomination. Councillors, all in favour? Against? We're going to call you a vote for councillor Nixon, I won't let you an executive decision.
No, I did
So unanimously voted for the position. Thank you, councillors. All right, corporate services, the rates and charges, General Manager Margaret Gaddis here. Margaret, if you can lead us through, thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. Councillors, this policy is with you today due to an error at the budget adoption where the policy was loaded with the agenda, but an administrative error resulted in it not being reflected in the resolution. So this policy is the rates and charges collection policy. And whilst a policy is not required by legislation, we've previously adopted a rates and charges collection policy, which expressly sets out the basis and process that council will undertake in the collection of overdue rates and charges as part of council's annual budget administration. So the report, I just take that the report is read and the policy is there, and I'll just hand over to Julie to talk to the principles within the policy.
Thank you, Mark. Through the chair, councillors, in accordance with Chapter 4, Part 12 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, council has the power to recover overdue rates and charges and provides guidance on how council may undertake the recovery of overdue rates and charges. And as advised by Mark, there is no legislative requirement to adopt a rates and charges collection policy, but however, council has previously adopted such a policy. The rates and charges collection policy provides clear communication about the way that council will deal with outstanding debts, providing transparent and consistent processes for all ratepayers. The policy ensures that council is able to implement professional business practices while maintaining the flexibility required to assist ratepayers during times of financial hardship. The rates and charges collection policy resolution for the 2019-2020 financial year was inadvertently omitted for adoption at the special budget meeting on the 20th of June. And the purpose of this report is to adopt the rates and charges collection policy for 19-20 financial year. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Thank you. I neglected to acknowledge you when you came in. So, councillors, this is obviously, as General Manager Mark pointed out, this was just something they decided to get our in that copious amount of paper that came to us at the special budget meeting. So, this is in relation to the rates and charges collection policy. This is more procedural than anything else. So,
Just one question, Chair. And is that exactly the same as the one we passed before?
Yes.
No changes? No.
it's a good question.
Well,
Yeah, it is a good question. I need to ask you exactly the same. We're talking to effectively the new financial investment jobs. All right. Someone happy to move that, councillors? Moved by councillor Roth, seconded councillor Brimblecombe. That obviously is to adopt the rates and charges policy. Been moved and seconded. Councillors, all in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Margaret. Thank you, Julie. Right. Item 12.2.2 is in relation to the consultation with the annual evaluation. You will lead off again, Margaret.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. Councillors, on the 21st of June, we received a letter from the Department of Natural Resources, Mines and Energy, Valuer General Neil Gray, advising that DNRME will conduct evaluation. And the purpose of the report is to provide an overview, provides the copy of the letter, and I can hand over to Helen to just take you through the principles within the report.
Thanks, Mark. Through the Chair. The Land Valuation Act 2010 requires that the Valuer General undertake a statutory valuation of all rateable land in Queensland, except in unusual circumstances or after consideration of certain processes. Council's main source of revenue is general rates, and in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009, this rate must be calculated using the land valuation issued by the Department of Natural Resources and Mines. The department will generally undertake a valuation once in each 12-month period. In making its decision, it will consider the following two factors. Firstly, a market survey report of the area, which reviews sales of land since the last valuation and assesses the probable impact of these sales on the value of land since that valuation. Secondly, the results of any consultation with the local government for the area and appropriate local and industry groups. The Valuer General is now seeking Council's view as to whether an annual review should be undertaken in the Central Highlands region. If a land valuation is undertaken, these valuations will be effective for rating purposes from the 30th of June 2020. The last valuation of properties in the Central Highlands region was performed in the 2017-18 financial year with an effective date of the 30th of June 2018 for rating purposes. A letter of response needs to be sent to the Department of Natural Resources by the 19th of July 2019 in relation to this offer of a revaluation of the region. There are effectively two options available to Council in relation to this offer. Firstly, confirm with the department that Council does agree with an annual valuation being conducted, or alternatively express the view that Council does not see any advantage in an annual land valuation being undertaken at this time. In summary, a recommendation is made that Council does actually support the completion of a land valuation in the Central Highlands region, which would be effective for rating purposes from the 30th of June 2020.
All know my views on this, should be done annually, we pay for it, so yes, I'd like to move that way.
Yes, can I just ask a question? Is there any other mechanism in between, I guess you'd say, year to financial year, that any valuations change?
Just through the Chair, that's correct. We do get fortnightly QVAS reports from the department, and that results from maybe property transfers, amalgamation of lots, things like that. So we are updating those throughout the year, in-year valuations.
So not every valuation from 1 July through 30 June next year is embargoed from change. If there's a transaction or some related entity movement, there's obviously a new valuation recorded.
That's correct.
I
mean, a lot of those changes may be cosmetic changes to property description, things like that. But yeah, from time to time there are actual valuation changes. Yes.
Sorry,
So then through, Helen, they always said that they do desktop valuations on the alternate years. Is that happening? Do you know?
Well, it actually didn't, because they didn't perform one last financial year. So this new rating year we're in, we will be using the same valuations as the 18-19 rating year. And I think the reasoning they gave that I immediately attended was that they didn't feel there was enough movement in the market to justify undertaking a comprehensive revaluation. So
Yeah.
There's been quite a few.
All right, so councillors, what is it, which date, 19th of July? Helen, you were saying it's a response date?
that's correct.
So councillors, I guess the reality is, I mean, any revaluation to be done will be the next council will use when they do their budget, so arguably it won't have a real impact on us this year, other than those circumstances we were talking about before. So, but it'll obviously give the next budget will obviously have to be based on the indication probably they'll provide us in December. I think we'll have in November, December, when they have the valuation meetings and they give us a heads up on what's likely to change. So,
Mr. Mayor, so when we provide that feedback to the government, do we need to justify the reasoning around why we're supportive of that? And I'm like Councillor Nixon, I think we can have them every year.
No, look, I think I'd love to think that we were more influential, but I get the impression that they sort of ask us for our input and then they tell us what they're going to do in year. That, well,
That's how it is. Yeah.
I think they do that. I'm not sure that they.
Well, it sounds like they do their own consultation outside of local government, and it did get, so in addition to this request, they do their own consultation
Yes.
outside this process and coupled with the market survey, so I guess those probably weigh very heavily as well.
Look, I think in offices here, I see certainly attend those meetings. They are very, very valuable, and I do acknowledge the department for obviously having those regional meetings to get that feedback, because they don't know about all sales. So like all valuers, they only follow the sales transactions, and people do have that knowledge within the region. So at those consultations, there's usually landholders, other stakeholder groups, some peak bodies, certainly the local government representatives are there, some other valuers from the region, and then interested people can generally get an invite. So about 25 or 30 generally attend at some stage, so that tends to, I guess, provide, you know, a certain amount of validity to that mechanism, because, but I think Helen's right, they indicated that there've been very vague moves in any valuations, either residential, commercial, rural residential, and in the rural, although notionally there was some increase in the rural last year. They thought it was just appropriate to wait till later, but I'm quite happy to accept that it should be done every year, then everyone knows where they stand.
Yeah, they do it every year, but at least we can ask.
Right. So councillors, any other view contrary to that you prefer not to? We'll just indicate that we do. Right. So in that resolution as it reads, it says we advise that Australian Government supports the completion of evaluation of the land, so that's actually in the affirmative. Margaret, so someone having moved it, moved by Councillor Nixon, second Councillor Daniels, that we do ask for that valuation, which will become effective at the end of next financial year. Yeah, sorry, at the end of this financial year. Right, moved and second, all in favour? Against? 7-1, sorry, I missed, yeah, 7-1. All right. Thank you, Julie, thank you. John, and I suspect you may be staying there. I was going to say, this is the fastest change in fees and charges I've seen, where they just zapped them 20 seconds ago. All right, this is around fees and charges. I know there's a different elements of policy. So this is just in relation to a couple of those charges, Margaret. Yeah.
Thank you, through the Chair. Council adopted our fees and charges for the 1920 year on the 25th of June, taking effect from the 1st of July. Subsequent to our adoption of the budget, the Department of State Development, Manufacturing, Infrastructure and Planning have advised of an amendment to the Right to Information Regulation, and that commencing from the 1st of July, the Right to Information Access application fee will increase from $49.70 to $50.80, and the processing charge from $7.70 to $7.65. And as a result of that, our report here to you today is for our fees and charges to reflect those increases and for them to be passed through to the people in our community. So I have Julie can talk to the detail of the report and respond to any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Through the Chair. Sections 97 and 262 of the Local Government Act 2009 provides Council with the ability to set fees and charges for the services it provides, and fees and charges can be amended throughout the year in accordance with legislation. As Mark just advised, Council adopted the fees and charges register for 1920 financial year on the 20th of June to take effect from the 1st of July 2019. Subsequently, the Department of State Development, Manufacturing, Infrastructure and Planning advised of an amendment to the Right to Information Regulation 2009 that commencing from the 1st of July 2019, the Right to Information Access application fee will increase from $49.70 to $50.80, and the processing charge will increase from $7.70 to $7.85. An increase to the adopted fees and charges for the application and processing of right to information requests is required to align with legislative requirements from the 1st of July 2019. Payment of the correct fee with respect to right to information access applications dictates whether an application is made or not. So it's recommended that the fees and charges register for the 2019-2020 financial year be updated to reflect the current required charges for the right to information access, application fees and processing charge, in line with the requirements of the Right to Information Act 2009 and Right to Information Regulation 2009.
Councillor, we're just doing this as quick as we can, so Kat's at the start of the year, someone having to move those? Or you have a question?
No.
Having a move, Councillor Roth moved, Councillor Daniels has seconded, just a slight change to each of those fees. Moved and seconded, councillors, all in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors. One against, yeah. Thank you, councillor. Sorry, so it's 8-1 now, because councillor Bell's here. You want to do that declaration there?
Councillor Bell's happy to do so.
Councillor Bell, you're going to do that now. We missed your declaration at the start, so just in relation to that closed session and agenda item.
Yeah,
We'll put it on the screen for you, Councillor Bell, to have a look at if we can, just for your consideration.
actually, similar declarations to the Deputy Mayor,
It's in yellow on the screen. Yeah.
but clearly a conflict of interest in closed session item, in relation to the closed, to the Central Islands Healthcare, that's Chairman of the Health Board, yeah. It's all good.
All right. Well, councillor Bell has made that declaration.
We leave the meeting at
Yeah, thank you, councillor Bell. All right, councillors, the Chief Executive's report, 12.5, which relates to the show dates for 2020.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, councillors. Just make sure you're on the right page, it should be 341. You're all there, and I certainly acknowledge Acting CEO Rod Ferguson, but especially Executive Assistant Marnie Wills, who wrote the report. It's a report that we put before council each year, and the recommendation is that we advise the Office of Industrial Relations that we require the following dates to be gazetted in the respective areas as the show holidays for 2020. They are for Capella and Thierry, Friday the 22nd of May. For the Springshaw and Rolleston areas, Friday the 29th of May. For the Emerald, Comet and Gemfields areas, Wednesday, June 3, and for the Blackwater, Bluff, Dingo and Doringa areas, Wednesday, June 3. So it's a fairly formal process, a regular process, councillors, and it's for your consideration.
Yeah, I've been changing.
Oh, not since I've been, since I've been called,
Well,
but
just being facetious, I just wondered whether we did disagree with the date.
No, I'd just like to raise something, Mayor. Now that Comet is actually having a designated show within our show season circuit, not that we can change this, but I think what we'll do is, as a show association, we will actually try and get Comet a show holiday of their own, if that's, or talk to them about
Sunday.
third Sunday in May.
Or kids make it a day of school.
So maybe by next year, when
yeah, so looking to the future, I think that possibly the Comet show will, as it is now, it is Sunday only, but it's expanding, and I don't think we should just write it off as being a one-day show. I think we should be a bit aware of the fact that it's another happening in our region, and we probably should.
well, perhaps this time next year, they'll be in a position to probably indicate.
They make it, yeah. We'll go through the process with Show Society Queensland.
No, it's good that you flag it, so it's good. Councillor, any questions about the other dates?
Just a query with Doringa in particular, our shopping centre is more likely to be Rockhampton. And for a show holiday for them, very unlikely to come this way, they're more likely to go to Rockhampton.
They always used to be part of Rocky, didn't they?
The date is,
Yeah.
I think that was originally what used to happen, Blackwood always had Rocky, Cheryl, originally.
but it was moved first, one councillor also. No, got no problems, but it was a query that's been asked of me. So.
Yeah, I might just bring the council's attention through the mayor, if I may, that post the forced amalgamations, 2008, there was a resolution of council to align the show date for Warringah with Emerald Show and Blackwater. It doesn't mean it's not any difference, just so you're aware that that's of course.
And you'd like to encourage them to stay.
Yes.
11 years ago.
Councillor Brittle Country Way says it does get asked just every now and again. All right, councillor, someone happy to move those dates then? Moved by councillor Cypher, second by councillor Brimble. All in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors. All right, 12.5.2 is related to the Australian Local Government Association National Local Roads and Transport Conference.
Yes, Mr Mayor, page 346, 40 out. Councillors, this is an event that Central Highlands Regional Council has supported traditionally. The details, the finer details regarding the program aren't available. What you've got in your agenda is what we've got. It's the preliminary program. There's quite a number of sessions that are yet to be confirmed. This is the second major Australian Local Government Association event that's held each year. The Local Roads and Transport Congress. This year's will be held at Adelaide Hill, South Australia from the 18th to 20th of November. And just referring to the preliminary program, some of the items on the agenda, I won't go through them all, but there's a session entitled The Future of Transport and How Local Government Can Benefit. There's a session on the state of Australia's infrastructure by Romilly Madu, the CEO of Infrastructure Australia. And there's traditionally a session on safety, and there will be one this year as well. There's a session on active transport and vulnerable road users, a session on balancing future technology and current transport needs, and as is customary, there's also current sessions which there's no details on, but they're aimed at regional and rural councils, of which we fall into that category. Councillors, the ALGA, as you know, is a body that represents the circa 560 councils in Australia. The conference theme for 2019 will be breaking through for modern transport. And at this stage, councillors Hayes, Rolfe and Nixon have expressed an interest in attending the conference. As you know, Councillor Rolfe is the current chair of the Bowen Basin Regional Road and Transport Group, and also a representative on the LGAQ, that's the Local Government Association of Queensland's Roads and Transport Advisory Group. Councillor Hayes is a council representative on the Bowen Basin Regional Roads and Transport Group, and he is also the chair of the Emerald Airport Advisory Committee. If you look at the financial section of the report on page 347, you will see that provision has been made in the 1920 budget to support attendance at this event by 2 councillors. That's not to say that council can't send more. If you did send more, the budget would accommodate that. We just have to look at what we may not support in the remainder of the financial year to accommodate additional representation at this event if that's what you chose. But at the moment, you can comfortably send 2 and not have to think about it. The recommendation for your consideration is that CHRC be represented at the ALGA National Local Roads and Transport Congress to be held at Adelaide Hill, South Australia from the 18th to the 20th of November by its Mayor, Councillor Terry Hayes, and councillors to be identified along with CEO Scott Mason.
The councillors, like as the CEO pointed out, obviously there's 3 councillors indicated they're interested in going. We can make adjustments to our program later in the year if need be. So is there any other councillors who were interested? I mean, we've got 3. All right. Well, someone have to move that those councillors attend the conference. Moved by Councillor Brindleton. Seconded Councillor Cypher. All in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors. got the next one. Is in relation to the IPWEA 2019 Awards for Excellence. I think Carol Vertigan might have advised us of this potentially coming up, so I'll give it to you, Mr. CEO.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Page 252, councillors. The Blackwater Aquatic Centre redevelopment has been nominated and is a finalist in the IPWEA, that's the International Public Works Engineering Australasia 2019 Awards for Excellence in the Best Public Works Project 2019 over $5 million category. The announcement of the award winners will be at the IPWEA Australasia Conference Dinner, which will be held in Tasmania, Hobart, Tasmania, on the 28th of August. As the Mayor points out, Carol Vertigan was the project manager for that project. Carol Vertigan's the principal of a business called Seek Proprietary Limited. Carol Vertigan did nominate the project, and as reported, it is a finalist in this event. It's also noted in the report that our General Manager, Gerard Hubert, will be actually speaking at that event. I did want to draw Council's attention to the esteem within which this project will be evaluated. There's other significant projects in Australia that it goes up against, some of which include the Stingray Creek Ridge redevelopment by Macquarie Hastings Council, Bundaberg Regional Council's multi-use sports and community centre, Toowoomba Regional Council's City Hall auditorium and annex refurbishment, the Bustleton Foreshore development, and the City of Stirling in WA, their Scarborough Beach Pool project. So it's certainly in some pretty impressive company. You can see by the attachment in the agenda that there's many other categories. So we're just speaking about this one category over $5 million. The report identifies in the finance section that there has been no allowance made to attend this conference, obviously because we weren't aware of it at the time we formulated the budget. But as mentioned in the previous report, if you chose to send a representative or two, we would accommodate that. It would mean giving up attending something else throughout the financial year to make that accommodation. So the recommendation, Mr. Mayor and Councillors, is that CHRC be represented at the IPWEA Excellence Awards Dinner to be held at Hobart, Tasmania on August 28, 2019 by councillors to be identified.
Right, councillors, any other things?
Just a comment, Mr. Mayor. I'm more than happy for Gerard to be a representative. He's there, he's speaking.
Yes, I'll second that too.
I am too.
Councillors happy with that?
Yes, as long as
Well, that's
Gerard
represented there, so.
doesn't get too silly
Right.
with his acceptance
All right,
speech.
so we'll just proceed to note that report rather than run a resolution passed, having with the General Manager of Infrastructure to attend on council.
We endorse him to be our ambassador.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Gordon. All right. All right, noted. Mr. CEO, thank you. All right, councillors, we move now to our communities. This is our information report. So back to the General Manager, Daniel, for run through the information reports.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, councillors, we are happy to accept this report as read in terms of update from the planning and development team with the stats there, noting there's 41 current DA applications and a raft of other stats, none of which are important enough to signify that there's been a marked change. Everything seems steady across the board, so happy to take it as received. Kirsty, if you wanted to add anything?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's just a slight change to the way we've got a report in terms of the building, plumbing and planning stats. Normally we go to the community standing committee as a departmental update. So we've separated them out so that strategic plans and development and planning, which includes building and plumbing, now go to the planning and environment, the general council meeting on a monthly basis. So happy for these reports to just be pictured as read each time so that they don't need to be presented unless there are any questions that need to be placed.
Well, thanks. Good. Any questions, councillors?
No, just a comment, that one on page 372, Dwelling in Emerald, the cost of nothing, it's reasonable price.
Sorry, the new dwelling.
It's down at the top of the page.
Yeah, new dwelling there. Yes, I think it's a small.
I think that might be misread.
So it just does not have a numerical figure in there, I think, Kirsten.
Okay.
And the new audience skills as well.
We're all lining up for that one.
So sometimes when these reports are provided, the dollar figure isn't actually available, so it's not that it's a nil charge, it's, otherwise they'd be the cheapest builders in Emerald.
So an application can be entered in the spreadsheet, it just doesn't have the dollar value when you actually write the report. Okay. Nothing else in there, councillors?
100%, Joe. It's lovely to see we had 3 applications for the ready passed, and it's good to see the take-up starting to happen in that area.
I think we left there, I think that's at about 250, we've spent about 130, is it?
I believe it's about that.
So there is still some room there. It's interesting now that we've sort of, I guess, done a little bit of marketing and a little bit of communication around that process. And obviously the mind that works better out in the community once a few, I guess you'd say, working businesses actually take that up. I think you'll obviously see some more coming in. It's really, what's really particularly important about that, some of those businesses in those 3 are well known to most of us, and they're obviously local companies to expand in businesses, which is very, very good to see.
And through you, Mr. Member, the Ready Incentive Fund does refresh on 1st of July, so we've got 250,000 up for grabs for anyone who does want to incentivise and expand or create a new business opportunity in the region.
Well, you heard it here.
Just a query, Kirsten, on page 371, the cost of the new fence.
Sorry, I don't have those page numbers, I'll just have to find it, sorry.
So it's on.
The house might be attached to that fence,
One would hope there's something attached to it. Just seems a lot for a new fence. Or it just might be the description's not on.
I can follow that up and get back to you.
Yeah.
it's about back in May, the new fence.
Yeah, sorry, council building approvals made. And it's the,
Right.
yeah, just
I can check that.
for interest.
And if you do find out that it was, can you get a photo of it and send it out to council?
It must be a land property or a significant fence, but I'll check that. and get
Sounds
back
like
to
it's
you.
a significant fence, yes.
All right, councillors, with the recommendations that we received in the reports, I'm happy to move that. Moved by councillor Nixon, second councillor Gordon Smith, all in favour? Against? Thanks, councillor. Right, now, thank you, Kirsten. Infrastructure and utilities, Jason Houlihan is here. The first report is in relation to the departmental update, I think, Jason, so I'll leave it to you.
Thank you, through the chair. I'll just invite Peter Manning-Down, Manager of Woody Utilities, to give us his monthly update on the urban water levels.
Good afternoon, councillors, through the chair. So I'll take the report as read, but just adding to the first part. So we've reached end of water year for the Emerald scheme. So we've done our sort of end of water, transferred some water from our Blackwater account to our Emerald account to take advantage of retaining the water there's a term allocation rather than our licence allocation. So we're waiting for all the end of year carryover requests to be processed to see where our carryover into next year is. But the expectation is that everyone will get roughly half of what was applied for with the dam levels where they are. Capella dams are sitting at just under 54%, so there's still above level 1 restriction level. Late in the month we did manage to get water coming again at Rollston. When the levels were low, we actually ended up with elevated manganese levels, which were treatable, but the water went yellow, so we were running the bores until we had that settled out and got some pre-chlorination in. And there's the update on the bore levels. We did do readings in Springshaw last week, so after the report was written, and those standing water levels are roughly the same as they were in April, so the levels are sort of staying steady on the Springshaw bores. So happy to take any questions.
Well, I think, Peter, there was just a question this morning, not so much about certainly the water levels, but in terms of the progress with the drought management plan and updates to it.
So as I said last month, we had our initial stakeholder meetings with Sunwater and Fiona probably 4 weeks ago. And the next bit was a letter drafted to Sunwater to find out progress on doing the bathymetric survey in Fairburn, which is the bit of information we wanted to look at deep storage levels and where we can access water down below where it is. So it's that we're in that working with Sunwater stage of where the real value of water is.
Yeah, I guess the question was, I mean, what are we at, just under 19% now? That if there was, and I'm not suggesting to predict what may or may not happen between say now and say September, October with projections, but we would be back into that area where we want to have a very clear message and a very clear, council and certainly want a really clear set of guidelines and a real clear message to communities in all of these places about what the plan is going forward. So I guess I'm saying the sooner the better.
Yes.
And obviously the right there is obviously we need to make sure it's there was a certain amount of information we were able to gather up in February and March, but we need to use that plus the information we now have to make sure that we've got a usable, workable plan for our community going forward.
Yes.
Because I'm sure that with the greatest respect, I mean, there's a lot of money spent with boards and other alternatives and strategies, and people, want to know that now that we've engaged them with this, that we're going to come through, follow through, and make sure we're Council, any other questions? Max, did you answer that? I know you asked the question this morning about the trees, certainly, but
No, just will come out. We covered that this morning, and I think that'll be a part of this here. I'm sure it will be.
Mr. Mayor, just one question in relation to those four boards that you've commenced the monitoring of the groundwater levels. It says at Springshaw and Rolleston, but which four are those?
Those are all at Springshaw. So that's just, there are 3 in each of the 2 zones. I just chose in the report done 2 in each zone, which the ones more commonly used.
Yep, thank you.
And Rolleston, it was probably post-writing this report. We've now got the second where there's set of readings. So it was, with one set, it wasn't actually useful information for the Rolleston boards. So I'll be able to report them next month.
Yeah, lovely, thank you.
Any other questions? Very interested to see that the recharge I suppose that sandy country, the Gemfields, there's half a metre in those boards even after that rain. So
yeah, they seem to recover, respond quickly to them.
So, Mayor, through you, Peter, can you have, so will you update us, can you board project what we use, what Emerald uses? Can you bring that to us as a projection? Because we've only got, as the Mayor said, we've only got 3 months until we've got 3 months until we possibly get storms. I think we need I've got a feeling we need to be more prepared. I don't think we're prepared enough. And we need the information too.
Yeah, and you can see that from when we went through the restriction level and kept 1 in as the precaution, the use has actually stayed lower than it was pre-Christmas.
I think council, through the mayor, when we had that water workshop, you might recall, in early May, we talked about a number of things, and there were some notes produced post that workshop that captured quite a few actions actually that we need to chip away at so that we're prepared. Should it repeat itself, which it might just do that. But there was talk about a new regime, a more appropriate regime for water restrictions for our urban communities. We wanted to review the communication protocols for water restrictions. Obviously the DMP is how we're going to house all of this work. I guess keeping the keeping it moving along is what council's saying here today, as well as looking at other drought management strategies and promoting water conservation practices. There were a whole lot of things that came out of that water workshop. We need to keep moving on.
I agree with Councillor Robb. I think, to the greatest respect, I'm not sure what the timelines that you've got, Peter, but I mean, I would like to think that, you know, next month we would have some clear indication of what it looks like, you know, because that's when we'd be starting. I mean, August is the driest month of the year, so it would be good to study our messaging.
So, Mr. Mayor, so through the chair, if you're comfortable, we'll have a report back in the next council meeting.
Councillor, so that's Peter's report. In the recommendations there, we received that, highlighting the activities for the month of June. Someone has to move that. Moved by Councillor Nixon, second Councillor Brindlecombe. All in favour? Yes. Thank you, sorry. Was that? Councillors, the next agenda item is 14.5, which is the departmental update.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, the date's not obvious. That meeting took place on the 1st of July. This is the meeting that the Mayor and I attended with representative of Minister Mark Bailey's office, that day being Les Dunn, who's the General Manager for Portfolio Investment Programming with TMR, Tam Van Alphen, who is the Minister's Chief of Staff, and David Green, who's the Minister's Senior Policy Advisor. It was not a chance meeting, but it was a meeting of convenience, I guess, because the Mayor and I were representing Council at a meeting later that day with Western Downs Regional Council, so capitalise on the travel and the arrangements. It was prudent to follow up with the Minister. And in fact, the Mayor had a conversation with Minister Bailey at the Queensland Premier's Greats Awards earlier, talking about this specific matter, so this was an appropriate way to formally follow up on that conversation. And the background, I guess, if I refer to the attachments, there's a letter dated the 14th of May from Council to Minister Bailey, and that was an opportunistic letter in some respects. Prior to the federal government election, we were hoping that we might have been able to unearth some support from the federal and state government towards this LM1 drain matter, specifically the hydraulic structure underneath the Gregory Highway, which we estimate will cost about $2.5 million. Sorry, the drain upgrade, under paragraph 14 of that correspondence that we referred to, at the end of paragraph 14, it says the drain upgrade is estimated at 1.9 million. The culvert upgrade under the highway is estimated at 2.5, so the total project around 4.4. So enlarging the drain, 1.9, just the structure under the road, 2.5. Incidentally, TMR thought that those estimates are quite light on and probably cost significantly more. But that letter on the 14th of May was agreed. So the council was operating in conjunction with Sunwater, and the idea was that we would both write to both Ministers Bailey and Wine and request support for this project. Sunwater probably had a fair bit going on at the time, and they weren't able to honour that commitment. They've followed up since, I believe. So my more recent letter dated the 28th of June, drew the Minister's attention to the earlier correspondence and leveraged the conversation the Mayor had with the Minister, and the meeting that occurred on the 1st of July was to follow up. And as I've written in the report very briefly, initial responses were look at TIDS, the Transport Infrastructure and Development Scheme, as a funding bucket. We don't believe, and we said that quite clearly, that that's not suitable. Rossi, the Regional Roads of Strategic Importance, was also suggested as a possible funding program. Towards the bottom of page 381, I write that the meeting was useful and it did provide the opportunity to explain our request for financial support in the context of the no levy decision of council that was made in the term. and subsequently the important works that council has committed to pursuing to protect Emerald residents from the existing flood exposure risk. DTMR will clarify the project cost, and they will inquire across government, so the different departments of the Queensland government, for possible support. They will also consider the works for Queensland funding buckets. Mr Green, who was the Senior Policy Advisor for Minister Bailey, will follow up with Minister Anthony Ryan about the project also. So in the background, which I've really glossed over, but it's within that first item of correspondence, the background, the flood commission inquiry recommendations, the status of the expiring arrangement with some or all that context is there. So this is really just an information update. And this is one of those projects, I suppose, council, that it's been something that has been pushed along by this term of council, specifically by the Mayor and I. And we're operating on the premise that if we're able to bring about a better outcome for the drain, that could result in a change of ownership. It could be part of the walkway or the aesthetics, open space aesthetics within the community of Emerald. A whole lot of things could happen if there was some financial resources to support the redevelopment of the drain and the enlarging of the drain under the highway. And the risk of repeating myself, it was one of the major recommendations from the old CNR report post 2010 flood event, and it's one of the dot points that we recorded in the resolution when we decided not to build levees. This is one of the specific projects that must be followed up on to convey water out of the township, particularly for smaller events up to the equivalent of a 1 in 20 year flood event. So this is just an update. The Mayor and I are quite happy to take any questions or elaborate further if you like.
So just one query through the Mayor, did they give you a timeline on that? Because, I mean, this has been going on since 2010-11. It was one of the recommendations right up front. And I just wonder, it wasn't just a talk fest that they're not going to do anything, or did they give you a timeline of when they're going to do it? So.
No, look, thanks, Councillor Nixon. There is a chronological sort of, I guess, explanation for, I suppose, the tardiness in that after 2010-11, and after the decision to proceed with, I guess, the investigation of the levy option for Emerald, the TMR had actually responded to the Commission of Inquiry. So Lesdale confirmed at that meeting that there had actually been done, and we know from our Capricorn Highway Bits Leicester Ridge upgrade meetings, it's been referred to a couple of times, that TMR always had some preliminary drawings and estimations of a necessary upgrade there, which they had put on the back burner because Central Highlands Regional Council made the decision to investigate the flood levy options, at which point of time that would have potentially influenced, I guess you'd say, the outcome of that drain. So effectively, for whatever reason, I only speculate there, I wasn't in those discussions, but I mean, that was their explanation for it, that you guys were doing levies, and then we just put this on hold. So there has in fact been some level of design, and you would know this better than I would perhaps, but so Lesdale confirmed that there has in fact been done some level of design, so that was actually qualified for me. So the reason it hasn't pushed along before now is that I guess until about 4 months ago, we didn't really have that strong support from Sunwater, effectively saying that, look, they were prepared to go to the ministers, and the ministers at that stage, and I think it's Lynham and I'm not sure who the other minister's responsibility for Sunwater, but at the time it was Mark Bailey, and circumstances have changed. He's now not one of the ministers, but he certainly is the Minister for Main Roads. So without making this complicated, initially it was the two ministers we needed to speak to were the two ministers responsible for Sunwater, and one of them was responsible for Main Roads. now that's quite separate. And they are two separate issues. The widening of the drain is different from the actual improvement to the culvert. So the whole time it's been separated as two issues. However, we now have the sort of, I guess you'd say, the unequivocal support of Sunwater for their own self-interest, by the way. They've transferred the management of the system to the FIM network. And to wind all that up, they'd like to divest themselves of the drain now. So they are very interested, and they are very happy to I guess, hold our hand to the minister to say, you know, you should spend your money here and fix this road up. And then it would be another negotiation with them about probably the potential investment in the drain. So there's still a couple of hurdles, but I wouldn't like to sort of be betting on an outcome, but certainly from the minister's perspective, when he came out in January 2017, after the ministerial or the cabinet meeting in Rockhampton, he was very supportive of doing it. It's never been budgeted, to my knowledge, in any of the TMR budgets for the region, and certainly not under TIBS, because of the fact that they were sweating on the fact that perhaps until we made a decision about the levies, they were just going to sit it on the side. So the conversation very much the other day was around the fact that this was now not even included in TMR's budget this year. Obviously missed that vote. But certainly they were going to look at, I guess you'd say, the individual application that it was. And when we did make it quite clear that if for no other reason it would have to still satisfy the Commission of Inquiry, and each summer we as councillors and people in this community are concerned that if there was another flooding event and the same circumstances prevailed, what would be the explanation then, given that people have raised this with you. So anyhow, that's effectively how we left it. So no commitments on timeline other than the fact they would get back to us on potentially how they would proceed with it. So it's certainly the ball is squarely in their court now.
Yeah, I just think we need to keep following up, because this was a recommendation way back when, and like, you know, really it just has to happen.
Thanks to you and Scott for, you know, taking the initiative to instigate the meeting, and Scott, I know that you've attached the correspondence, and, you know, really the ball is in their court, and I guess we just have to keep following up on it now.
Yeah, and I have to admit, at the start of the meeting, I mean, they always toss around every other option, you know, Rossi, TIBS, and then you've kind of got to cross the list off for them as you go. But I mean, the minister is very much aware of it. He certainly didn't give me any commitment any time, but he certainly said that he was keen to get it done. And their actions were to go and speak, obviously, to the Coal Hollows, who I assume will obviously back us up, and obviously to try and at least look at the, I suppose, the robustness of the plan they have in terms of design. So it might have to be one off there, but certainly that's where it's at. Any other questions? You've got that blended
Talking
beauty.
to me all day, yeah.
That blended beauty trying to Skype. All right, councillors, well, the recommendation is there that we receive that departmental update. Someone have to move that. Moved by Councillor Governor Smith, second by Councillor Middleton.
Still talking.
That's for clarification.
Yeah, I'm going to move in a second. I haven't actually put it in the vote yet. So it's been moved by Councillor Governor Smith and second by Councillor Middleton. All right, councillors, all in favour? Yes, thank you.
Did Councillor Nixon, do you need some technical assistance?
Actually, I'll fix it. Oh,
Yeah,
Thank you, Sanjay.
surprising. I just thought it would turn itself off, but it kept on talking.
Councillor, just for clarity purposes, just wanted to reiterate to the Mayor that this particular initiative, as well as the partner initiative, which is the Fair and Direct facilities, and I guess I go hand in hand. Neither of those initiatives have been agreed or decided upon by council. They're still in that research phase where, in theory, the Mayor and I are working away at trying to come up with the framework for a deal, I suppose, and then council will say yes or no, or manipulate positively manipulate the outcome based on the information we bring back to council.
Yeah, but we still need to see that package before we actually make a decision.
Yeah, sure, we'll keep working on that. Thanks, Mayor, councillors.
There's no later agenda item, is there? No. The minutes for the standing committees, we go to the next council meeting, that's correct. That's right. Right, councillors, well, I think that's actually takes care of our agenda in our open session. Councillors, is there any general business before we go to close session? There's quite a bit in there, so sorry.
Just that I will bring a report, send a report in to Scott from the port tour.
Yes, thanks.
Port tour.
Thanks, councillor. Well, councillors, councillor McInerney, councillor, can we contribute to that as well?
You better believe it.
Oh, I'm sure they were, but I'm probably a bit reluctant to say. Yeah, okay, well, we'll see that report. Yes, councillor Bellis.
There's many months ago, there was a discussion about some obstructions on footpaths at Sapphire. And I think there was going to be some resolve to that. I've spoken to the Minister for Infrastructure on 4 occasions. All occasions he's going to get back to me about these particular obstructions near Pat's Gens. Had a phone call this morning, nothing's happening except it's got worse. So there's now your obstructions, and including people using our witches hats, which they're pulling off the road, to put some division along the footpath. So,
where's yes,
you brought it, I think Councillor Five brought it up some 6 or 8 months ago.
Yes, I originally.
Is it not doable? Have we got no jurisdiction? Should it be reported to police? Are we able to deal with it?
Yeah, through the chair, and to me. The issue with regard to the obstructions on the road reserve are a compliance issue. So, the manager of planning environment has been dealing with that particular part. Infrastructure was involved with the accesses, and there's some access issues around the compliance of the accesses, which was dealt with. But the ongoing issue of obstructions, not just there, but throughout the gem fields, and the compliance of those, and signage has been dealt with by the manager of planning. So I'd like to hear that over to General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wonder as well, Councillor Bell, is it now that there's more issues than there was previously? So that we might have to follow up with what these additional issues are. I don't have an update on where the compliance matters are at, but I know that there was certainly show cause notices and some other correspondence that was sent around those issues. But I'll get some finalisation of where we're at. We'll have to revisit the site if there's some additional issues now.
Seems to me just that had some photos sent through today, and it would appear there were some dirt, was some placed illegally on that road reserve. We have apparently put witches hats or something around. The witches hats have been taken off the lump of dirt and are now put across in between other pieces of machinery and stuff that have been put there, so no one can drive through. And I just don't know.
There was I think if we're talking about the same thing, went out there and visited that, and obviously the construction, there was a resolution that had to come through council, an application for the construction of the turnout to a neighbouring property, which it'd be fair to say was probably not the greatest solution to the resolution between the other neighbouring properties, but unfortunately was allowable under our guidelines. So that was approved, and then the construction of that became quite, I guess you'd say, problematic in that it effectively did build up maybe the natural avalanche flow, if I can recall. This is way too technical for me, and then obviously we changed the drainage slightly to divvy up the river.
So through the mayor, there was some council did meet with several property owners in that location to do with the drainage and the accesses, and those issues, as far as I'm aware, were sorted. But the ongoing compliance around the signage and implements within the road reserve was the compliance issue, which the non-conformance notices were sent out. I can't provide any update on that, sorry. We're happy to follow up again with my fellow manager and get a result.
And to get some result for great. I think it's affecting some people's businesses out there, so it needs to be resolved.
Right, thanks, Councillor Bell. Any other general business? All right, councillors, can we move into closed session if someone would like to move it to the
Do you think we should eject before we go into closed session? In the interests of
Well, I
public
think
transparency?
in terms of that order within the closed session agenda items, if you prefer, if it's more convenient, we deal with the first one that where the interest has been declared, and then councillors can come back in.
It's just that if we go into closed session, we can't see us leave.
Yeah.
Bring you back in.
So, because technically, once we're in closed session, can members leave?
You can leave.
Okay, so you can stay.
You can stay. You can leave now. You can
Yeah,
leave
I prefer
after.
leave now because it's, we're in open session.
Yeah, it's the first one.
All right, councillors, we might move it into closed session then, please, if I can move it. Moved by councillor Nixon, seconded councillor Brindlecombe, all in favour? Against? Right. So we'll deal with that item around the, which is the first item, yeah.
You shut the door.
Voting against,
Yeah, I think you're here with the Lord.
The first decision will be around the CH Healthcare, so Councillor Goldman Smith will leave the room for this, the vote on this matter. There's some wording. Right, councillors, there you go, the resolution is there, we'll approve the concession allowance and the general such rate effective to the concession market.
Take number 2 out to start with.
Yeah, I'll leave council policy, this is please.
The recommendation is no, but not.
Yeah, that Central Highlands Regional Council not accede to this request.
Yeah.
I see.
ACC.
Good to bring the result with that, Mr Mayor, isn't it?
So I'll change with the spell check.
We used to use that word all the time, local government ones.
Yeah, I didn't know much of the policeman gave me a ticket when you exceeded the speed limit. All right, councillors, is someone, that's the resolution that we I guess we came around to, is someone happy to move that? Moved by councillor McInerney, seconded, councillor Grimmelstone. And the Central Highlands Regional Council not accede to this request. All right. Been moved and seconded, so all in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors. Right.
Okay, we can go, can come back in.
Yeah.
You there, go?
Righto. Now, let's get to righto. Now, the motion option for 111.
Now you can sleep for too long.
Okay, so the next report there. So the what's it, the rectification, oh, that's right, is that in the right order?
No, Mr Mayor, right at the top, disposal of.
Oh, right, disposal option, so this report, okay, so the Central Government will receive and make the report, someone happy to move that, that's in relation to Kingia.
It doesn't
Moved by
read-
councillor Roll, seconded by councillor McInerney.
Doesn't read correctly.
It's just to receive and date the report in relation to the lot at the top of Kingia Road, which is.
Do you need to put the lot number in?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
all we need.
is anyone moved it? I'll
Yeah, no, moved by councillor Cypher, seconded by councillor Roll. We received that report. Okay. All in
So on
favour?
the next one.
Sorry.
Alan, what are you still thinking?
Sorry, yeah, I'm rereading it. I read it differently initially, that's all. The report is.
All right. You're on there, it's not all of it. All in favour? Against?
No, sorry, I was in favour.
Yeah. So I'll go back to the start. All in favour? Against? Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. Yeah, 7, 1. Right, just remember councillor Bell's not here. Right. So, someone happy to move that? That's the rectification of.
75,000.
Yeah, you probably need to be rectification after doing exceeding. I see,
Under the plan.
Okay, so that is to obviously extend the offer of $75,000 and forward offer amount.
Are we still giving him a refund on his rates that he was overcharged for?
Yes.
Yeah.
So does that have to be written in there?
Not
No, he's already receiving it, isn't he?
Yeah, not for the land acquisition.
No. He's already receiving that, that's a process.
He's got that.
Yeah.
Well,
He's
he's
already been paid some, he's already paid another $1,800.
Oh, yeah, okay, so he's
Right.
getting.
So this is only in relation to potential.
Nothing to do with his rates, just saying.
So I know we can't put councillor Bell's vote, but he was obviously in favour of that. Then, yeah, someone happy to move that? Moved by councillor Grimmelstone, seconded. Councillor Nixon. So Scott will be authorised, obviously formally made that offer, even though it's been verbally sort of, I guess, down Scott, the recipient. And authorise the chief executive in the event that that was accepted to execute all the necessary contracts. All right, been moved and seconded, all in favour? Against? All right, 7-1 again. All right. Turn on tech, one is just noted, is it? Received that report. Someone had to remove the report. Councillor Roll, second, Councillor Nixon.
Not very happy with having to put more money in, but, yeah, that's right.
You put that in brackets, councillor.
Have no choice. That's right. It's better than-
So all in favour?
Oh, sorry.
So that's the centralised received that report, all in favour? Against, thank you, normal transmission. All right, the insurance renewal, so that is obviously the CTP component of the annual renewal is now going to be with QBE. Someone happy to move that? Moved by councillor Daniel, second councillor Walsh. Okay, moved and seconded, all in favour? Against, thank you. And the departmental update? Yeah, update. Moved by councillor Cypher, seconded councillor Nixon. That's Scott's comprehensive report. A little shorter than 1,000
We're just
words.
moving that we go home.
All right, moved and seconded, all in favour? Against, thank you. Councillors, I think we've done the GP before now. There being no further business, I declare the meeting closed at 6:40 PM. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, Officer Wilson. Thank you.
We get it after, shouldn't they?
Oh, you're coming.
Tennis doesn't start till 10, so.
Okay.
So, tennis doesn't start till 10.
Yeah, you've got plenty of time.
Plenty of time.
Okay, fine. Are you going to watch it now that you?
Oh, I got really disappointed last night. But you could tell straight away that other girl was going to do it right.
Yeah.
But you don't. It just says you're in and you're out. Oh, shit, it's firing off. Look at it. Really funny guy, anyway. Yeah, she didn't.
Little girl is starting.
But there's the other girl.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Rose is 6'2".